Or do you already? Are you? Well, she says she's on. Versus trying. Oh, I can see that. I saw him and I was like, oh no. Oh, it didn't? Okay. I sent it just now. I can also invite her on. Yay, Randy's on.
Good morning.
Did it.
How's it? You're welcome. Did you get it, Michael? Did you? Okay.
Leah?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you send the documents for C6 and C7 by any chance? I don't think I've received those.
C6 came on Friday in the Friday email, and C7 we have not received yet.
Okay, so C6 was Friday. I'll get that.
I can send it to you right now though.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think your mic is on, but I can hear you on somebody's mic.
Russell, I just was asking, did you receive my text this morning?
I'm sorry, I probably did and didn't read it yet.
Okay. Would you mind checking it real fast and just give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Text or email? Is that a text or an email?
Yes, I can hear you.
I don't have a text from this morning. I can hear you, but I cannot hear you off of your mic. I can hear you on somebody else's mic. Real softly. Yeah, you guys can hear me over there, right?
We can hear you.
So yesterday, there was a time when the person on the second mic at the table was talking, but we only were hearing it. Well, I was only hearing it through their mic. Their mic wasn't on at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah. Your mic not on. So Chair, I don't have a text on this morning.
Okay, I don't know what happened. It's showing on my phone.
Let me
What you did, Russell?
I know. I broke it.
Are you ready? Lord God, how's everything on Hawaiian?
Check 1, 2.
Yep, I can hear Leah now.
Check 1, 2. Check.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Mic 2. Checking. Mic.
Yeah, that worked for me.
Mic 1. Check. It was working a little while ago, and now we got it working again. So thank you, Cedric. The requester, Russell, once again, would you mind opening us with a bullet?
Okay, glad.
Mahalo, Russell. Thank you very, very much.
Russell.
Mahalo.
Commissioners, thank you for your patience as we got through the technical difficulties this morning. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is being called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference, moderated by me, Chairman William Isla Jr. from the DHHL office, Halepono'i 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. And today's date is Tuesday, September the 22nd, 2020. The time is now 9:40 a.m. Pursuant to Governor's August 20th, 2020 supplementary emergency proclamation for COVID-19, Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended through September 30th, 2020, to the extent necessary to enable boards and to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public, and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream this meeting via the DHHL website. For each item, staff will introduce the item and the motion. Chair will ask for a motion and a second. Chair will recognize staff to provide an overview. Chair will call on commissioners one by one if it's contentious, and if not, we'll just free flow like we did yesterday for comments or questions. And again, if it's contentious, then we'll ask for a roll call vote. If not, we'll just do it by voice call. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wolf,
Here.
Commissioner Helm,
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Kausu,
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Here.
Chair Isla.
Aye. Aye.
9 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Testimony on the agendized items were submitted in writing via the DHHL website. Testimonies received by Monday, 4:30 p.m. deadline were forwarded to commissioners. Commissioners, you should have 4 public testimonies by email from Blossom Fatera, Kapua, Kili'ikoa, Kamai, Raylin Rino Yeomans, and Brian Makaaba Aba.
Brandon.
Brandon.
Brendan.
Mhm.
Brandon?
Yeah,
Brandon. Brandon.
Okay. Thank you for the
Makaaba.
correction.
Yeah, Brandon.
Okay, so item G1 is the first item up. We had a workshop on it yesterday. It's up for decision making today. Thank you, Andrew.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. Item G1, the recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission reaffirm and authorize the borrowing of a total of $11,555,000 under the United States Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment Program for major capital improvements to the DHHL-owned Anahoa Farm Lots water system on the island of Kauai and Ho'olahua water system on the island of Molokai.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have a motion to consider staff recommendation?
So moved.
So moved.
Helm.
Alman Tari, I think.
No.
Okay.
Nevis.
Nevis, okay, according to her records. Are there any questions, commissioners?
No.
No, Chair, I just want to
Yes.
say I'm in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, you want some? Okay. All in favor of the motion, we'll try something new. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any noes? Seeing none, the motion carries. Go to agenda item C, G2.
Item G2, the recommended motion is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the chairman to enter into a memorandum of understanding agreement among DHHL, the Hawaii Housing Finance Development Corporation, and the Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority regarding allocation of water credits from the Ota Well Development, North Kona, Hawaii Island, TMK 375001165.
We have a motion to consider staff recommendation.
So moved.
Dennis.
Second.
Any further questions for staff? Comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any noes? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Andrew. We're going to agenda item C5 for information only. Report of the Investigative Committee on Native Hawaiian Qualification Process. So we have Joby.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
So, on behalf of the committee, I wanted to just provide an overview and summary of the report that was submitted to the commission. I apologize that it was very late, but it provides you the next month to review, and if you have any questions. We were, in the interest and desire of the committee to move expeditiously, we kind of did a number of things in a very short amount of time. And so I want to thank the members of the committee that they're able to look at it quickly and get back to us so we could get it into the packet. But without further ado, so as commissioners may recall, the first part of the report was submitted last month, and it talked about bringing back to the commission the authority to essentially determine who is a beneficiary and who is eligible as a successor beneficiary. And it foresaw, or the recommendations was that that the items would be brought to the commission in three different, what we term buckets. One would be those individuals that are deemed qualified through their kumo-ohana, or their documentation that shows their genealogy. That would be done on the consent agenda as bucket number one. Bucket number two are those individuals that were deemed unqualified because of incomplete or uncertain documentation, but there is a possibility, if discretion were to be exercised, that that individual could be qualified. And then the last was an individual that was unqualified due to subsequent documentation that had previously been determined to be a beneficiary, such as a lessee, and that would be handled through a contested case. So the committee sought to deliberate a little bit further on the criteria that would apply for those cases that would come before the commission under what we call bucket 2, or those individuals who are applying to the Hawaiian homelands or applying to become a transferee or a successor whose documentation is incomplete or uncertain, but there's a possibility that a reasonable assumption could be made, or an informed assumption could be made, that this person, would actually qualify as a beneficiary. So we did meet with the Homestead Services Division staff, both the Neighbor Island staff and the Kapolei staff, over 3 different meetings. It is a big change operationally, and so we were trying to proceed carefully so that all staff have an opportunity to participate and raise their questions or concerns. But from those deliberations, in anticipation of meeting with the investigative committee, and this is on page 2, essentially the recommendation that staff had put forward, and I think the committee has supported and recommends, number 1 is it's just reaffirming that it's not the desire of the commission to see all individuals who are applying to Hawaiian homelands. So instances in which the documentation is deemed complete and the individual does not qualify, or instances when the documentation may be incomplete or uncertain or exhausted, but if that missing documentation were to be found, it would not make any difference to the final conclusion. So for example, a situation could be that in order for an individual to qualify, their grandfather would have to be 100% Hawaiian, and the documentation that is available indicates that it's highly unlikely that that would ever happen. In those circumstances, where even if the missing documentation were made available, or there's no reasonable, informed assumption that could be made that will make a difference in the final determination that the individual is not qualified, those cases, the committee, I think, verifies that those would still remain with the department. And so the process by which the cases would come to the commission, staff had recommended that there be a review committee of staff that have an expertise in the NHQ methodology, just to confirm that in fact the documentation, all the documentation that can be made available, that is available currently, has been brought forward, and that there can't be a conclusion one way or another based on the existing documentation that an individual is qualified or unqualified, and that there's sufficient evidence to conclude that with a reasonably informed assumption that can be made regarding the missing or uncertain documentation, you could result in the individual meeting the blood quantum requirement. So, for example, it may be a grandfather that, although it doesn't have that, the individual shows part Hawaiian, and if that individual were 33% Hawaiian, it would clear the applicant. And there's a reasonable assumption that can be made based on the documentation that is available and the information about that time period that that person is in fact 33% Hawaiian, or that assumption could be made. That discretion is the kinds of cases that the committee is recommending come before the commission. So what this would do is allow for a staff review, essentially to ensure that the documentation has essentially been exhausted, and that there's a, just a double check in terms of the case, the case managers or the staff that's been working on the case, their conclusion. So what we anticipate, or the committee anticipates after this, is that next month, the work of the investigative committee is now complete with the submission of this report. Next month, there would be a submittal prepared on behalf of the committee for the commission's action. Should the commission accept the recommendations of the committee, then beginning in November, we would begin to bring cases forward to the commission for its consideration. And the thought was that because this is a brand new process, there's a lot of things that are unknown. There's a lot of things that we don't know till we actually put it into place in real time. That in April of 2021, we would seek to evaluate and make recommendations regarding how the process could be improved. I think the last thing that the committee is recommending, just to kind of be complete, is in those circumstances where the cases are not qualified and it's clear in its face, those first two circumstances, either the documentation is complete and a decision of, or a review and recommendation that the person is not qualified, or even if there were uncertain or incomplete documentation, if that were to be found, it would not have any way of rendering any kind of impact on the recommendation of the staff, that the commission delegate to the chair the basically confirmation of the staff's recommendation that the individual is not actually meets the qualifications of being a beneficiary or the blood quantum requirement. Hokule, was there anything more that you wanted to add? I saw you earlier, and then I guess
She's still there.
No, I think you covered it all.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
just barely.
Okay. No, thank you. I think you covered everything.
Okay. So Chair, that was
Okay, we'll open up for questions.
Of course, and I don't know if the committee wanted to add any more themselves.
Committee members, did you want to add anything else to the discussion?
This is David. No, I think Joby covered it, but I would like to thank Hokule for all the hard work that she did.
Okay. Other members?
Yes, I would also like to thank Joby, Hokule, the staff that took the time to go over this initiative and to get it to where we're at now. I do think it's an important step forward, but I recognize we are entering into uncharted waters. So providing us the opportunity to circle back as we learn from case review and our experiences garnered from this effort, I think it's, in the long run, it's going to be an improvement. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
William, I think that I want to express my strong support for this path. Initially, I was skeptical, but now after meeting and hearing, especially the evidence and the staff input, even though I may not agree with everything, I think that this is a good path for us to start on for Native Hawaiian qualification. So I thank them for all their hard work, and especially Hokule. She did a great job, and we can't do without Joby. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Mahalo, Pauline. Other commissioners, any questions regarding the process going forward?
This is Dennis. Just a comment. I agree with all the comments been made. This is one of those very sensitive situations that need to be handled, and I think it's best handled through the commission so that we have a better outlook on it. And I agree that a review of where we are in April will be really good and keep us in track. But I appreciate all the help from the committee and also Hokule and from Joby. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Last chance, any other commissioners? If not, thank you, Joby. Thank you, Hopule. Next agenda item is C6. An update on the administrative rules for supplemental dwellings, and that's Hokule.
Aloha, commissioners. Can everybody hear me? All right. So this is item C6, and it's an update on the supplemental dwelling unit administrative rules. There should be a PowerPoint in your packet, and I will try to share. All right. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yep, I can see it. Thank you.
All right, excellent. So just a real quick roadmap, because I know that I think a majority of the commissioners have not been on the commission long enough to have some of the background information on what an SDU is, or why it came about that the department was going to do administrative rules. So just going through first the background and then some key provisions in the rules, along with some known challenges, and then finally the current status. So first of all, an SDU is a supplemental dwelling unit. It would be like an ADU in the city and county, or in Kauai County, or Maui County, and then it's like an Ohana dwelling unit in Hawaii County. It would be essentially a separate unit from the main house, smaller, with a separate entry, its own kitchen and bathroom, and separate bedroom. And the reason we pursued it on Hawaiian homelands is our beneficiaries, not always, but many times they're in multi-generational households, which can lead to crowding. And so to provide more space really for a family, and then also parity with the counties. You know, the counties are allowing a second dwelling, and there were some questions about why Hawaiian Homes wasn't also allowing a second dwelling on a residential lot in particular. So in terms of key provisions, staff recommended a 5-year pilot program to review after 3 years, with an option to continue if the program was found to be successful. And after some discussion, it was decided that the pilot program should be on all the islands. The recommendation and how it appears in the rules is that it will be for residential lots only. And the thinking behind that recommendation for staff was that, you know, agriculture and pastoral lots are really aimed at a different purpose, right? Their purpose is farming. And as it exists now, those lots have an option to increase the number of dwellings through a workers' quarters. Now, the challenge, or maybe the slight controversy on that, is beneficiary consultation feedback did indicate a desire for all lot types to be eligible, but the staff recommendation was to limit to residential lots for the reasons I gave you. So the next key provision, and this is where it gets kind of complicated, and I believe Nancy is also in the Teams meeting, and I asked her to be on call in case some questions about land use and zoning came up that were beyond my ability to field. So in the draft rules, the idea was from the staff perspective to try to make it as simple as possible for the beneficiary. And so we had them comply with county approval, permitting, and building code requirements. And the reason that was, from a staff perspective, the simplest way to do it is because the department doesn't have the staffing requirements to look at all of the things that are required for permitting and building. And each county does it their own way. So instead of trying to fashion a one-size-fits-all and butting heads with the county that way, we thought it might just be easier to have beneficiaries go to the county and go through their process. The second reason that staff recommended to comply with county approval is the first check that the counties will do is infrastructure capacity. And that was important for us because we don't want to overload any sort of infrastructure. So that was an important factor. So what gets complicated is the way that the counties deal with their approval processes. Each county has their own process and their own way of permitting an ADU or an Ohana unit. And what happens for us on Hawaiian homelands is the way that we use our lands does not always match with county zoning. And when we drafted the rules, we thought we were at a place where zoning would not apply and beneficiaries could easily go through the county process. What later came up, though, ends up being a long-standing point of contention between the state and counties in regard to land use and whether or not county zoning should apply to state land use. Now, DHHL has another layer to that because the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act reserves land use decisions on Hawaiian homelands to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. So what could happen and what is likely to happen in particular on our older communities is the zoning will not match what the county has on record for zoning will not match the way we've used the lands. So the zoning may say agriculture, but the way we've used and developed the lands is residential. So as the county goes through their permitting process and approval process, beneficiaries in these older communities are likely to be denied because when the county looks at zoning and they require a residential zoning for ADUs and it comes up agriculture, they're going to say no. So what we tried to do was to meet with each of the counties to come up with a resolution to this. And with varying degrees of success, we had Maui County essentially say they're only going to do the public works review, which is the infrastructure. We had Kauai say the beneficiary can go through our pre-check process, and when it comes to planning, we'll just check that zoning does not apply. We have an MOU with Hawaii County that says if Hawaiian Home declared zoning, then that is what the county will apply when they review any sort of permitting or building request. The difficult one right now is really, I think, the city and county. And part of it is we have an MOU in process with them. So there are provisions on the table that are being negotiated through, but there's no real settlement on how things should be handled. And so What's likely to happen in the city and county is the situation I described, where an applicant for an ADU in the city and county goes to the county, tries to go through their pre-check process, and is denied based on zoning. We tried, or what we included in the rules was a waiver by the Commission and by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We thought the waiver would work, and it probably will. But as you can imagine, the counties are not happy about the waiver. And this goes back to this longstanding dispute that I alluded to earlier about whether or not county zoning should apply to state land use. The way the waivers work in the rules is the commission can waive certain county requirements that are related to the building. And the thought behind that was similar to what we did with subsistence ag lots, where the county or the commission can waive the building code and require instead that the building plans are certified by an architect or an engineer. So the idea behind that the commission can waive certain county requirements is related to building in a similar vein as what was done with subsistence ag, if the commission chose to do so. And then for the department, the rules provide that if there is a denial by the county for some condition based on the lot, the department could waive that requirement and approve the beneficiary for the SDU, regardless of what the county says. This can get complicated as well because it comes down to a case-by-case basis. Right? And there are going to be some areas where there are pre-existing nonconformities and that really would not be the interest of everyone to waive, whether it's on-street parking or whether it's infrastructure issues and things like that. There are conditions that would not be in anyone's interest to waive. So it gets a little complicated in that regard. The next key provision is the allowed uses. They contain two possible options. One is ohana occupancy, which would be a non-rental option. So you can have family live in either the smaller unit or the main house, as long as the lessee of record is also living on the lot. It's non-rental because the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act provides that you can, beneficiaries can rent to someone else on their lot, but if it's a rental situation, then the tenant must be Native Hawaiian as defined by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So that's the second option. If they're going to collect rent, the tenant has to be Native Hawaiian. So there's a number of challenges just in that for the department as well, in terms of establishing the relationship, if it's ohana occupancy, again, in terms of the NHQ, if the tenant is going to be Native Hawaiian and it's a rental situation. The rules also provide that there should be no short-term rentals. So the shortest term possible under the rules would be 6 months. And the current status is we're preparing to submit a request to the governor for approval for public hearing. It's been quite a long road, as I indicated, after the commission approved moving on to public hearings. We were made aware that the issues with the counties were much more complicated than we had initially anticipated. So we spent quite a number of months meeting with the counties to try to iron things out. And as these things sort of go, we ended up pretty much where we started with the rules. So we're preparing currently to submit the request to Governor for approval to public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Hokule. Commissioners, questions for Hokule?
I have a question, hopefully.
Yes.
So, on the non-rentals for the Ohana,
Yeah.
does that, did you say, Hawaiian blood quantum is required or not required for the non-rental?
For the non-rental, blood quantum is not required, but establishing the Ohana relationship is required.
Okay. And then, this county versus state versus Hawaiian homes, I get it. Very, very complicated. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around all the various standards that each county has for Hawaiian. And I guess we'll figure that out as it shakes out in our individual counties. And because of that, it's not that I see no value in certain county ordinances because, there's a purpose for that. Where it becomes problematic is that when we're trying to address our beneficiaries and trying to provide them housing opportunities across the entire state, and then we have to deal with all these different uneven standards from county to county, that's where the commission's discretion to override certain decisions has value. But of course, the danger to that is, good intentions can sometimes get you into trouble as a result of unanticipated consequences down the road. But I guess what I want to say, in recognizing the complications, I'm glad that the commission still has discretion to override certain county decisions that we feel, for lack of a better term, may be heavy-handed and would prevent our beneficiaries from occupying homes in a more timely fashion. So that's it.
Thank you, Randy. We'll go to Dennis and then David.
Yes, Hokule, I've got several questions. First of all, on it's a smaller dwelling. Are we limiting the size of that unit to a square footage size?
We did include some provisions. Let me just find the specific section here. Actually, we didn't do it specifically. We said it must be smaller than the main unit. And again, we decided to fall back on the county requirements regarding size.
Yeah, I could see that could be a problem because of the lot size and how many units you can have, sewer requirements and so on and so forth. Another question, if this does go through, we do allow SDUs, will we be renewing the leases so we can add new language, our proposed language to leases? Because we may want to look, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we may want to look at providing the requirements you're talking about in the lease so we have some jurisdiction over a misuse of an SDU.
Right. We did not include a lease amendment. We did provide However, that, where did it go? I just read it earlier. Excuse me, I just read it earlier this morning that there should be a rider attached to the rental agreement. So if a non-family member were to be renting, then a rider from the department would have to be attached to the rental agreement, and that rider would provide the general obligations of the department, a waiver of liability, and guarantees made by the lessee. So the idea behind that, right, was to create some separation, but also maintain lessee responsibility for what goes on the lot.
Okay. The other point I had was on the when somebody's applying through one of the counties, for instance, Kauai, I'm in Kauai, so we're going to apply for a pre-check. Are we advising the county that these are only for residential lots? Because if they waive the zoning, somebody may slip under the fence and say, you know, I'm on an ag lot, but they're not. They're waiving the zoning. So I'm concerned that we make sure that we're advising the county these are only for residential lots and they don't slip under the fence. Yes, go ahead.
That can be done. The application process might catch most of that. So it would require quite a bit, the application process would require quite a bit of back and forth between the department and the counties. So the thought process wise would be to require the lessee to apply to the department first so that we would know, we would be able to verify that it's a residential lot, that the lessee is in lease compliance, that there's nothing outstanding with the lease, and then they can move forward to the pre-check.
Okay.
Then they would have to come back to the department with the building plans and all of that.
That would be when you say the department, that'd be the local office on island?
Yes.
Okay. Just one other question. I'll let other folks have a chat. If they're going to allow to rent to a Native Hawaiian, and this is a general question for people that are renting now that's being allowed Native Hawaiian. When you're going to rent a unit out to another Native Hawaiian on your property, for whatever reason, who qualifies that? Who quantifies that's a Native Hawaiian? Is that something that has to go through AHQ? Is this another process for AHQ if we go to ADUs? Or not ADUs, but SDUs. But I have a question about what are we doing right now? And who's quantifying that?
I'm not sure whether there is a process right now. I don't know that information.
Okay.
But
all right.
in terms of the SDUs, it would require, when the lessee applies for an SDU, they would have to declare whether they're going ohana or whether they're going rental. So there is quite a bit of process and enforcement, which, you know, is a whole nother layer of tanglement that we need to try to unwind.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Elaine.
Okay, Dennis, before I call on the next commissioner, so Dennis, there's also a requirement, and we have to work out the process that the commission is supposed to approve rentals prior to them being official. So at that point, we can figure out whether the applicant is responsible for qualifying or the department, and we can take a look at whether they're on the wait list or not. So there's still more work to be done on that.
Okay. Right.
And then while I still have you, Ryan or Jason, is there anything preventing the department or the commission from requesting that the applicant come in for a lease amendment in approving the SD?
No, because the department has the approval authority, you know, prior to actually building it. And I think Hokule was alluding to the rider. That, call it what you like. The rider is a lease amendment itself, because it would attach to the lease and amend the lease provisions. But to your original question, no, there's nothing preventing the department, because they're coming, the lessee is coming to the department for permission to build, similar to when they come to the department for installation of solar.
Okay, so at that point, as we add the rider, we could also add the additional requirements, the latest health and safety language that we have. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, that would be an excellent trigger point for updating the leases.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
David, you're next, and then we'll go to Zach after.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the issues that were raised by Commissioner Nevis. I think those were good points. Hopefully, are we going? I know this is a workshop, so I assume that we're going to be approving this next month.
We can come back. Technically, the commission actually approved beneficiary consultation, or I'm sorry, moving forward to public hearing back in January or February of last year. And so it was in the process of preparing to move forward that we stumbled a little bit with the counties.
So if we're going to move forward to the governor, I just want to make sure that we all have an opportunity to look at the entire document one more time, just given the fact that it's been a while. I've been telling people here on the Big Island that, in fact, it should be done, because the last thing I remembered was that we had approved it to go to the governor. So I just assumed that was complete. And so the beneficiary kept calling and asking, when can I do the SPU? And then wasn't able to get a response. So I'm happy that we're moving it forward. I still think that there are going to be issues that we need to look at as we go along. But is it still going to be moving forward as a pilot project then?
Yes, that was the plan.
But on all islands, is that correct?
Yes, on all islands.
Okay. And then the last thing is, I'm getting hungry every time you speak because there's ice cream behind me. Thank you.
That's the point. It's a little bit of distraction.
Good job.
Okay, David. So nothing prevents us from having Hokule do a workshop at the same time that the request to the governor for Chapter 91 rulemaking occurs. So we can do that next meeting. Okay, I think Zachary had his hand, and I think behind you, Patty may have also had her hand up earlier, but Zachary first, then Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Hokule, a couple things. Well, the Maui County representatives, were they receptive to the idea of approving, like, for example, Kapa'akea, which is a residential district? Were they very receptive or not?
We did the Maui County meeting by email. So we didn't have a face-to-face or a conversation with them. We essentially got an email that at the end of the day, the short of it was, we'll look at the application will go to Public Works.
Okay.
And that was all the information we were able to get from them.
Okay.
And I think Nancy might be able to add to that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Well, we're Aloha commissioners. We're also, hi, we're doing our shoreline erosion management plan for Kapa'akea. And so I think what would be critical in reviewing any applications for SDUs there would be the location, the siting. And so, you know, I think what I'd be requesting as far as an internal process is that any, you know, applications for areas that are subject to coastal high hazards should be reviewed by the planning office as well as by the district office, so we can assist the lessee in safely siting an additional dwelling unit, preferably Mauka of the existing dwelling, because we have these erosion and sea level rise issues that are happening right now. And we're still looking at what are some solutions or approaches we could do to mitigate those hazards. So we don't want to increase the exposure to those hazards. We want to minimize and mitigate. So we would have to do a review with that lens, applying that lens.
Okay, that's understanding. Another question, Hokule. I know this is only for residential only, but for the ag lots, you mentioned someone can build a workers' quarter.
Yeah.
Is there specifications as to what you mean by workers' quarters? If they wanted to build something like that on an ag lot besides your dwelling?
Maybe the chairman can field that question a little bit better in terms of the specifics.
Yes, Hokule. Commissioner Helm, there in our administrative rules, and I don't recall the exact rule number right now, but it describes how an agricultural lessee applies for and justifies a workers' quarters dwelling. We can have somebody send that to you.
Yeah, you know, I'm just curious in case people would approach me and ask me that question, how come only residential is able to build a supplemental dwelling?
I think the key component for the workers' quarters is lease compliance. So they have to actually be farming and using the lot. And I believe it's called workers' quarters because the intent is for those who are working or helping on the farm would be living there.
So would you agree that if someone wanted to build a certified kitchen on your property, that's certified kitchen that relates to farming, is that something that the department would object?
I don't think I'm the right person for that question.
Sorry. Maybe.
So, Commissioner, your question, it would depend on, you know, the fact-intensive review that has to go on. I mean, a commercial kitchen could be built in a garage. A commercial kitchen could be, you know, built on the side of the house. It's very different from a workers' quarters or an SDU. So, I believe the answer is yes, but it depends on the review.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hokule. Thank you, Chair.
And the rule is 10.3.26.
Okay, I'll
we'll
look it up.
Somebody send it to you.
10.3.36.
Okay, thank you. I can't see you, Patty, but I thought before you went off the screen that you had the hands up signal. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, a lot of the questions were already answered, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see any further hands up. Click it. Oh, I'm sorry. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Hokule. So yeah, the first thing is I'm interested in getting a copy of the document. It seems like this was submitted beginning of 2019. It sounds like there's really fantastic opportunities for SDUs, and I'd like to read that document and get more up to speed. So next time we have a discussion, I'll understand it better. A quick question though, two quick questions. So I see for residential, and you can do the workers' quarters on ag lots. Was there any consideration for the pastoral lands?
The pastoral, they're also allowed to build workers' quarters similar
Okay.
to the ag lot.
Got it. Okay. So great. I can look that up in the document when we get a copy. What about outreach to beneficiaries and informing folks of this update on administrative rules?
We did beneficiary consultation as part of the rural development process, and we can go through those documents when I do the workshop. And I do apologize for, the oversight on my part of not attaching the draft rules for you folks. Looking back, I'm like, oh my goodness. But we can provide all of those, the draft rules, as well as whichever previous submittals you would like to review.
Thank you. Well, last question. Once the governor receives our proposed updates on the rules, what's the anticipated turnaround time from the governor?
So the process for the department in rulemaking is we draft some rules, a general idea and some language. We come to the commission. We request approval to move forward to beneficiary consultation. Once the consultation is complete, we provide the commission with a report and any recommended changes that came out of that consultation process. From that point, we request to the governor for public hearing. The turnaround time for the governor really depends. We've had it as quick as 3 months. We've had it longer. Once the governor finishes or approves the public hearing request, we have to post notice, and it's a 30-day notice. And then we can hold the public hearings, make any revisions, come back to commission to approve the final document, and then go again to governor to approve and sign the final rules. So, I mean, it could be 6 months to a year.
Right. Well, appreciate that. Thank you, Hokule. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mike, there's many opportunities for more public input on this process as it goes forward. Okay.
Thanks.
Russell?
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question for you. On our leases now, the residential leases without ADUs, do we get a lot of complaints about people renting out rooms in their homes from neighbors or otherwise?
There is an increasing number of complaints that we're receiving. In addition to, I just received notice from one of the counties that it appears that one of our beneficiaries is doing short-term rentals to tourists. So we're gonna have that investigated, and then we'll have to bring notification to the lessee that they need to come into compliance, or we'll bring them to a contested case. So the answer is yes, it is increasing. I think partially because there are beneficiaries who in the past have misinterpreted the commission language and informed lessees that Hawaiians less than 50% can rent. And so we're dealing with a lot of that misinformation, correcting that out there.
So is the standard under the current lease the same, that you can have ohana regardless of quantum, or rent to Hawaiian with blood quantum?
The standard as the lease reads now and as the statute reads now is that you have to be 50% in order to be a renter. Doesn't matter if you're family or not.
Okay. So we should anticipate if we go forward with the SDUs that we're going to have a lot more of these kind of issues before us, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll just add, Russell, that normally they fly under the radar until there's a dispute. And then the complaints come in, and then at that point, we get involved. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for Okule?
Dennis, I just
Dennis,
have
okay.
a comment. I just
Sorry,
have a comment. Yeah,
I'm looking
that's
for
okay.
hands up in 2 areas on the screen, so hang on.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. You're next.
Yeah, in regards to Commissioner Kaupu's comment, the important part of any time we do these kind of things is going to be enforcement, and that's going to be our biggest challenge. They're going to go out there and they may do something, and then all of a sudden something else comes up, just like a lot of the illegal units that we have in different areas. So enforcement's going to be key to how this operates. But I think it's a great opportunity for people that have extended family and need that additional place for either kupuna or their extended family. So hopefully we stay on top of it and make it clean. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. And just commissioners, I would add, currently there is nothing preventing a lessee on residential or ag from building an extension to an existing building. So if overcrowding is an issue, that has always been an option to build additions to the existing dwellings. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. Okay? So seeing no further hands up, where? Randy. He's not on the screen, that's why I can't see his hands up. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah.
There it is, on the bottom now.
I'm not sure if I missed something, but is there anything in the proposals about the implementation of license and landlord tenant codes as part of our process?
There is, the lessee is required to abide by the landlord-tenant code insofar as it does not conflict with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Same with the Fair Housing Act. They're required to comply insofar as it does not conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the pause there is me looking for any more hands on any of the screens, top or bottom, and I don't see any at this moment. So Hokule, thank you very, very much. Commissioners, thank you very, very much. We're going to go on.
Thank you,
The ice cream, I would agree the ice cream does look good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hokule.
Agenda
Thank you,
item
yeah.
C7 is next with the Homestead Services Division. We have Juan and Kanai.
Good morning, Commissioners. Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator, and I have Ross Kanai Kapeliela with the Oahu District Office. Through the process of discussions with the Committee on the NHQ Task Force, staff suggested that for the benefit of the commissioners that have not yet heard the process or the presentation on the department's NHQ methodology, here today is Kanai to briefly go through that process. It's going to be a condensed version, but if you would bear with us, I think it'll help the commission come to a better decision with respect to the task that the commission has with respect to the NHQ methodology process. So I'm going to hand it over to Kanai.
Good morning, Commissioners. This presentation this morning is a condensed version of a presentation I did near the end of last year for I believe, I can't even remember who I did this presentation for, but this is a condensed version of that. So I took out a lot of the slides that had to do with the history of how we got to where we are today, because we just want to concentrate on the mechanics of the department's methodology. Okay, the general strategy, whoa. The general strategy for determining an individual's percentage of Hawaiian ancestry is to first trace his or her descent back to ancestors of pure ancestry, Hawaiian or otherwise. Once ancestors of pure descent are identified, staff can then assign Hawaiian percentages to each generation, coming forward in time with each succeeding generation being accorded exactly half the percentage of the generation immediately preceding it. An applicant's quantum percentage is the net result of this process. I should perhaps mention that the methodology that the department uses today, basically, you could see it in its recognizable form in the 1980s. But prior to that, there was no set way of doing genealogy. It's worth it to note that when the department or when the commission first started doing genealogy, you could qualify as a Native Hawaiian merely by presenting an affidavit to the commission. So, you know, Mr. Keola, are you a Native Hawaiian as defined in the Act? Yes, I am. So it was as simple as that at one point. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay, information sources. Section 1033.1A3 of the current version of the Hawaii Administrative Rules, amended March 31st, 2017, states in part. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties with the little clicker here. Okay. The determination of whether an applicant qualifies shall be based upon the application form and birth certificates, as well as any secondary documents and additional documentation as may be submitted to the department for verification and qualification. Most historical sources for genealogical research fall under one of two major categories. Primary sources created shortly after an event by someone who had personal knowledge of the event, and secondary sources, which are compiled from primary sources or written from memory long after the event. Primary sources are basically government issued records, birth certificates, the number one in importance, marriage certificates, second in importance, and death certificates, the third in importance. The department does not require that prospective applicants provide birth, marriage, and death certificates where available for each and every ancestor on their pedigree charts. Birth certificates generally carry the most weight because of the reasoning that the individual's birth parents provided the race information for the child. The department can and does qualify individuals as Native Hawaiians using government-issued birth records alone. This approach is a reflection of the greater weight the department places upon birth records, as well as the department's attempt to balance bloodline accuracy with the prospective applicant's potential research time and cost. For example, for every record that you order at the Department of Health, that's $10 plus a $2.50 service fee. So gone are the days when you could go there and order a record for $2. Birth and marriage certificates are generally considered more reliable than death certificates because the reasoned assumption is that the individuals named on birth and marriage documents were alive to verify the biographical information recorded on them. In contrast, informants often provide the biographical information on death certificates. Hence, there is also a reasoned assumption that death certificate information may be somewhat less reliable. Government-issued birth, marriage, and death records are arguably the most important sources of biographical information pertaining to any individual. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Department of Health no record certifications. Where the Department of Health cannot produce a birth, marriage, or death record for a given individual, the DHHL requires the appropriate Department of Health no record certification voucher for each unobtainable record. No record certification voucher indicates to DHHL staff that either a certain primary record does not exist or that it could not be located at the time the DOH executed the record search. This is an example of a no record certification voucher. Let me get that back here. Jeez. Yeah, this is just crazy. Okay, can we go back, please? Okay, let's take a look at this. You can get a no record certification from the Department of Health for birth, marriage, and death records. Okay, forward. Where the department cannot obtain a government-issued birth record for a given individual, for example, the DHHL will use an individual's government-issued marriage record as his or her most important primary record, provided that it is submitted with a no record of birth certification. Next. Likewise, the department will use a given individual's government-issued death record as his or her most important primary record, provided that it is submitted with both a no record of birth certification and a no record of marriage certification. Next. Okay, so this is about exhausting primary documentation. We use the word exhausted a lot. What this means, we're talking about this. The department does not consider secondary records for a given individual unless all primary documentation has been exhausted first. This means that all primary documentation, birth, marriage, and death certificates or their appropriate no record equivalents have already been obtained for the individual in question. Next. In the event the department cannot reasonably determine a Hawaiian ancestry percentage for a given individual based solely upon available primary records, staff may examine secondary records to supplement the incomplete or unclear primary information. Next. Secondary sources. Secondary records serve to supplement the information found on existing primary records and may even serve to fill in historical gaps where no primary records appear to exist. Secondary sources of information include, but are not limited to, next, sibling primary records, baptismal certificates, LDS, Mormon family group sheets, school records, medical records, miscellaneous family records, such as charts, for example, and census records. Next. Census records. As with birth and marriage certificates, census records hold a higher degree of credibility because of the reasoned assumption that either the head of the household was present to answer the census taker's questions, or that, at the very least, answers were provided by an individual living in the same household. Generally, individuals who are most likely to give accurate answers. Next. Census records are often paired with death certificates where possible because of the given nature of information sources for death records. Basically, where an informant provides the decedent's biographical information. Next. How far back? This is a common question we get all the time. Next. As a general guideline, where available, government issued primary records of births, marriages, or deaths occurring in the 1920s or early state solely Hawaiian ancestry for a given individual. In the absence of significant historical information to the contrary, the department may accept the individual as being of pure Hawaiian ancestry. Next. The 1920s threshold represents the department's efforts at placing a reasonable limit on the depth of research required to meet the quantum requirement of the statute. Next. Pedigree chart, also known as a kumu ohana. Next. This chart is basically the most important tool when we are basically determining a quantum percentage for a person. As we talked about earlier, that earlier strategy, if you look, the prospective applicant, for instance, would be number 1 at the very tip to your far left. And of course, you have the farthest ancestors going back. We do have charts that add on to these, but just for demonstration purposes, when the department determines percentages for the ancestors on the left, we have to determine to the far right where the 100% ancestors are. And then you can come forward and logically determine what percentage to give the succeeding generations. Next. This is an example of an add-on sheet. If you notice on the far left, it says number 16 and 17. These add on where the previous chart leaves off. And for each of those ancestors on the far right of the first chart we looked at, we have a sheet that extends that, and it can go back and back and back. So, there's really no limitation as far as these charts go. Next. To the extent possible, all pertinent information is transferred from each record to the pedigree chart exactly as it appears on the document. For example, a record states Chinese Hawaiian ancestry for an individual, so staff writes Chinese Hawaiian on the pedigree chart instead of writing part Hawaiian. The phrase part Hawaiian really doesn't tell us much. It just means basically we have to go back one more generation to determine part Hawaiian and part what. It's part of figuring out, what the percentage is. Next. The pedigree chart is a cumulative summary of what information is known for each ancestor in an applicant's bloodline. Under the current methodology, all successive changes, new information, and so on are noted on the same pedigree chart. So there is a record of what alterations were made and approximately when those changes were made. Next. Other general methodology guidelines, and this is where it starts getting interesting. Next. In the overall process of determining a Hawaiian ancestry percentage, the consistency of race information across multiple records is always an important factor to consider. So basically, it would be strange, for example, for the staff to conclude if you have 4 records that say part Hawaiian or Chinese Hawaiian or Caucasian Hawaiian or anything and Hawaiian, and you have 1 record that says just Hawaiian, it's kind of inconsistent to just focus on that 1 record that says Hawaiian. Next. The department generally assigns more weight to documented information from an earlier generation over documentation from a more recent generation, particularly in cases where there is a disagreement over race. Like, for instance, you have parents that say Hawaiian, and you have a child that says Caucasian Hawaiian. That looks kind of strange. But generally, the department will prioritize information from an earlier generation over that of a latter generation. Next. Information sources, this is always important. This is always something on the tips of our foreheads when we're taking a look at documentation. Who provided the information on a given record and how credible is that source? Like, for instance, if your grandfather's birth certificate says my dad is Chinese and my mom is Hawaiian, how credible is that sort? Who gives that information? If it's a birth certificate, for instance, we're assuming that the birth parents are giving that information. And who, in the minds of staff, who else would be more credible than the parents? So that's an example. Next. What historically significant events were in play at the time a given ancestor lived or was born? For example, what is the likelihood that an individual born in a specific time and place would be Hawaiian Chinese? Good example of that is would be like the appearance of the Chinese in the islands. You know, from some of our sources, we know Chinese were sighted in the islands as early as 1794, because the Chinese that did appear in the islands came as servants and cabin boys, for instance, to ship captains. But we do know that the first labor company of Chinese workers arrives in the islands in 1852. And the height of Chinese labor immigration was approximately 1876. So if you have a record that shows that someone was born in 1820 and they're part Chinese, for example, is there a chance the person could be Chinese? Yes, there is, based upon what we've seen. But is it likely? No, probably not, because you don't start having large-scale immigration until 1852. That's an example of that. Next. The August 24th, 1860 Act to regulate names. In some cases, you know, this makes for some interesting reading when you read through documents. We do know that prior to this time, and even shortly within 10 years, for example, after this particular date, you still see kufuna that are listed in records with only one name. Prior to this time, you know, we didn't have the Euro-American Convention of giving a surname and a given name. But we do know that this piece of legislation here basically led to a quicker adoption of Western name conventions. So married women and all children born in wedlock required to take the name of their husband or father as a family name. Christian names were required. Next. Children up to the age of 20 years required to assume their father's name as a surname. Illegitimate children to take their mother's name as a surname. Prior to the act, of course, single names are common. You know, these are naming conventions that we're well acquainted with, you know, today. Next. Although Christian names are not traditional Hawaiian names, the act to regulate names resulted in widespread use of these names among pure Hawaiians. Examples, Lahela, which is Rachel, Iokepa, Joseph, Hezekiah, which is Hezekiah, Malia, or Maria, or Mary, Yakopa, Jacob, Hailama, Hiram, Kamekona, Samson, and even my last name is a good example, Kapeliela, which is Gabriel. Next. In the event an individual carrying a biblical surname is cited on document 1920s and earlier as being solely of Hawaiian ancestry, the department may accept the individual as being of pure Hawaiian ancestry in the absence of any credible information to the contrary. Next. If an individual cited as being solely of Hawaiian ancestry and his or her name is non-Hawaiian, the department requires a reasonable explanation for the discrepancy before it is able to find that the individual is of pure Hawaiian ancestry. There are Hawaiians who are of pure Hawaiian stock, but they carry non-Hawaiian surnames, for instance. A good example of that would be, who's a prominent Hawaiian? Robert Hoapili Baker is a good example of that. The gentleman is pure Hawaiian, but he gave himself the last name Baker in part to honor the haole man who helped to raise him. So he carried Baker in his family. But, you know, we do have people who have non-Hawaiian last names, but, you know, when you actually do some digging in their genealogy, more times than not, there is a reason for that, and generally it's a non-Hawaiian ancestor in there. So stories like Robert Hoapili Baker, although that happens, it's not common. Next. On birth, marriage, death, and other historical documents, what does the word Hawaiian mean? You know, this is something that will always be up for debate. We see a document, it says Hawaiian on it. What does that mean? Does that mean your mom is Hawaiian or your mom is pure Hawaiian? It depends on how the question is asked. Are you a Hawaiian? Yes. Are you a pure Hawaiian? No. So this is, you know, this is up for debate sometimes. Sometimes they'll ask the question, you know, you'll see on the record it says nationality. Nationality, of course, during a certain period in our island's history, of course, nationality was Hawaiian. You know, even for non-Hawaiians born in the islands at that time, their nationality was Hawaiian. But this is something to think about. We always think about this when we're looking at records. Next. Adoptions. Next. The DHHL determines quantum percentage only through biological parents and not through legal or adoptive parents. Next. The department has a working relationship with the family court system in Hawaii, which allows limited access to sealed adoption records for the sole purpose of determining whether an adopted individual or the descendant of an adopted individual qualifies for department benefits. Next. Although affected individuals may apply for this assistance through staff, the adoption information itself is confidential and the department is prohibited from disclosing most details to the requester with the exception of blood quantum percentage. Next. Recent amendment to the already existing adoption records law allows adopted individuals to request their own adoption records directly from the family courts in the state of Hawaii. Next. The adoption records law was amended by Act 80 of 2016, effective June 21st, 2016, and applies to adoptions granted by a judge in the state of Hawaii. Adult adoptees and their natural or adoptive parents may access the court's adoption records upon request. Next. Quantum determinations. Next. When the department finds that an individual is of a particular quantum percentage, the determination is based upon a preponderance of evidence drawn from all available information known to the department at the time the department renders its determination. Next. Next. Changes in quantum percentage. This question comes up quite a bit. In the event relatives of a qualified applicant submit previously unknown information to the department regarding a common ancestor, for example, marriage records, death records, etc., the DHHL has a fiduciary duty to examine the new evidence to determine if additional information is required to maintain the previously qualified applicant's Native Hawaiian status. Right here, this is what Jovi was talking about earlier when she talked about bucket 3, where you used to be qualified, but now you're not. Next. Trust obligations preclude the department from ignoring new information, which suggests that a previously qualified applicant or original lessee does not meet the 50% quantum requirement. Next. Questions?
Okay, commissioners, are there questions regarding the process? Dennis, you're muted. Excuse me. Okay. Okay.
A lot of Anyway, I'd like to thank you for the presentation. It was a great job. Opened my eyes to a lot of things. I could see where the commission being now the judiciary on some of these things opens our eyes to how these things were put together and your methodology. So thank you for your presentation. It was very, very thorough. Thank you.
Okay, Dennis, thank you. Other commissioners?
This is David. I just want to thank the staff for putting on the workshop. I think that's very helpful as far as the methodology is concerned. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, David. Mike, you had your hands up?
Yeah, I too want to thank Kanai and Juan. The presentation was very, very informative. Appreciate it. Just one curious question. How often, how many occurrences have we experienced out of the bucket 3 category?
It doesn't happen very often. One of the things I think we don't really mention a lot is the fact that whenever a family brings in a document that kind of upsets the apple cart, what the staff does is, although we're not obligated to do this, we always go back and pull out the stops and find other documentation to balance that where we can. Because, you know, it's important to staff that, oh, great, somebody brought this in, but you know what, if it's within our power and we have the record holdings to find stuff to offset that, that's basically what we do.
Yeah, great. Appreciate that. Now I know when I look at my genealogy why some of my ancestors only had a single name. I didn't know that before. Thank you.
Okay, looking for hands up. I don't see any on the screen. Commissioners are okay. Well, Zach?
I think Randy had waved his hands first.
Randy, then
Yes,
Zach.
so Kanai, I just want to thank you for the presentation. You know, it just reaffirmed the very complex process that the department has in ascertaining blood quantum. I also, again, want to thank the staff for their participation in this policy shift that's in front of us today. And no, it's the kind of seismic shift that may have raised concerns by our staff about where this might be going, where it is going. But I just want to assure our staff we're not setting aside this policy. We fully recognize the value and things you bring to this process. The intent of this policy is actually to help the department decide those matters that where it's difficult, it presents a quandary for the department, and therefore the commission is willing to participate in mitigating those concerns or those roadblocks. So again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Randy. Zachary?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kanai, for your presentation. I'm just curious to find out what is the percentage of people that you have turned down due to that they don't qualify? Is that a
It's kind of difficult to hazard a guess, but I can tell you though, Commissioner, that you know most of the people actually that apply, they actually end up being qualified. You know, so sometimes, you know, we've had situations, this is a true situation. I was there when it happened. You know, we had a staff member that was on the phone with somebody that said, oh yeah, I want to apply. So the staff member, one of the first questions we ask is, you know, do you know if you're 50% or not? And this was the honest to God answer she gave. She says, I'm 25 and my brother is 25 and together we make 50. So we do have cases like that. And sometimes, our people, when they come in to apply, sometimes they really don't know how much they are. So, our approach basically is to ask them to bring in their documents. Generally, when you apply, we ask people, please bring in your birth certificate, bring in mom and dad's, and bring in grandpa and grandma's from both sides. We'll take a look at that, and we will let you know if we need more information. And for a lot of our people, when they come in, this is the first time really they've taken a look at it. All they know, for a lot of our people when they come in is that, you know what, mom has this information, or, this is what grandpa used to talk about. But for a lot of our people, this is the first time they actually sat down and seriously took a look at their genealogies. Having a mapped out genealogy is something that a lot of people take for granted. But, our ancestors, anecdotally speaking, among the Polynesians in general, the most blood conscious, from all the studies I've done, all the reading I've done, the most blood conscious among the Polynesian people, in my estimation, is probably us and the Maoris. Because for us, a lot of stuff is basically by birthright, because you were born to this bloodline. This is where you receive this right from, or this privilege. In other island groups, for instance, if you're a good warrior, they can give you a chiefly title. But we know as Hawaiians in the ancient days, you're either born to that or you're not. So I think, that persists to this very day. Hawaiians are still very blood conscious.
Yeah, Kanai, one more question. Currently, at an average, if someone has all the docs in place, how long does it take for them to get word from the department as to if they qualify?
You're looking at this is something I don't remember what it says. I think it says 30 days in the present administrative rules. We need to change that probably to 60 days, because it generally ends up being somewhere between 60 and 90 days.
Okay. Thank you.
It could be sooner if they have permission from family to go into
Right.
their folder. Yeah. So if
Right.
you can explain that.
Right. The chairman is correct. Sometimes our people come in and they come in to apply, and if we do have consent forms from relatives, that is basically the free way to qualifying, because we can make use of consent forms in relatives' files, and we can borrow their records to clear the incoming applicant. That is, we just love those applications where it's a sibling application, for instance, and they already have a brother or a sister on the wait list. All they need to bring in would be their birth certificate showing that they come from the same parents. It can be as easy as that.
That's great, because it makes it easier, for me, in case people would ask me, oh, how long does it take to qualify? So, I can let the beneficiaries know. If they have the docs in place, it's not going to take very long.
Oh, yeah, that is correct. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Kanai.
Thank you, Zach. Dennis?
Chair.
Yeah, I just have one more question, and that is when people apply through our local office and they're told you don't qualify, does the buck stop there, or does it go to your office?
Well, basically, one of the things we've been talking about over the last few weeks is that generally the department staff has been trained to not take in an application unless we are relatively sure that the person is 50%. So generally at the district offices, they will catch it there. But sometimes, when you read the documents just on its face, it looks like the person is 50%. Generally, sometimes that stuff will get taken in at those offices and it'll end up here in Kapolei. we're because of our greater resources here at this office, we have a lot more resources, to vet those applications through. Sometimes it comes down to the department recognizing names. We have veteran staff on board, and sometimes we can recognize names. A good example would be like, say, they took in an application at a district office, the thing comes in, we take a look at it, and we see this name, Jenny Novello. Now, to veteran staff, to people who haven't been around long, Jenny Novello sounds pretty Hawaiian. It says Hawaiian and Hawaiian on the certificate we're looking at, but we also know down here at Kapolei that Jenny Novello is also known as Jenny Lovell. So sometimes we catch stuff that way as well. But generally, we can send out return letters from here, from Kapolei. There are times when the district offices can send applications back as well. According to the administrative rules, when we return an application, it has to go back with a letter basically explaining what they need to do to make their application complete, if at all possible. We believe that if somebody does not qualify, they have a right to know exactly how they don't qualify. That way they're not left hanging. So
Okay,
we do our best to explain.
Right. So that's good to know. So if I'm hearing from beneficiaries or for potential beneficiaries that they applied and they were told no, they don't qualify, they really need something in writing that says they don't, or here's what you need to do to prove you are. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right. If
Very
there are
good.
questions, if you have constituents that are asking any of you commissioners, please have them contact the department, and we can have discussions with our beneficiaries and with prospective applicants.
Okay. Thanks, Kanai. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? I don't notice any hands up. Okay, so thank you, Juan and Kanai, for the presentation. Commissioners, we'll take a 10-minute break at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Recess. Be back. Okay, commissioners, we're back in session and we're on agenda item E2 for information purposes. And introduce Stuart Matsunaga and Daryl Ing.
Aloha, Commissioners. Stuart Matsunaga, Acting Land Development Division Administrator. Today, I have Daryl Ing from Land Development Division. He's been with our division for like over 30 years. Daryl and I have worked together on many development projects, so we're really happy that he's stayed on and he's taken on this this project at 820 Eisenberg. He'll be making the presentation, and we also have the Stanford Carr Development Group, who will also be linking on and doing a brief PowerPoint presentation for you. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Daryl.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. This is an update for the request for proposals we put out about a year ago for redevelopment of the 820 Eisenberg Street project. The project site is where the old Bolodrome bowling alley used to be. The bowling alley opened up in 1955, closed in 2004. Toward the latter part of that period, the department acquired the land from DLNR in 1995. After the bowling alley closed, the property was leased on a short-term basis to a used auto dealer. Been unoccupied since let's see, I guess about 2000, for the last few years anyway. The building itself is on one hand on the eligible for historic preservation purposes, but it's also contaminated with asbestos. So the thought was that to redevelop, we'd have to tear it down and while observing the necessary historic as well as hazardous materials protocols. The request for proposals was issued pursuant to HRS section 103D 303, request for sealed bids or sealed proposals, I'm sorry, and issued in August 1919 or 2019. And as stated in the RFP, the goals were to demolish the existing building, to design, finance, construct, manage, and operate and maintain a multifamily residential rental facility, and to provide affordable rental units to meet the range of DHHL beneficiaries. 4 categories were suggested, one being medium rentals to allow families to resolve financial issues and accumulate savings toward buying a house on another DHHL project or on the open market. For independent living facilities for kupuna, for student or faculty housing, since its location is close to the University of Hawaii, and for homeless beneficiaries. We did receive 5 proposals, and none of the proposals included provisions for either the student housing or for the homeless. So all the 5 proposals were for family rentals or for kupuna rentals. The secondary objective for the RFP was develop non-residential facilities either for commercial purposes to help defray costs and keep the rents lower, or for community facilities for use by the nonprofits or for income generation. Another objective was to incorporate green building practices, including implementation of DHHL's energy policy. As I mentioned, 5 proposals were received, and we had a selection committee made up of 3 staff members, a financial consultant, as well as a member of the Papakalea community. The scoring criteria were based on offerers' qualifications, their proposed development budget, their operating budget, conceptual designs, proposed means of financing, their green building program, and their proposed operating program. We took quite a long time because all 5 proposals are quite detailed, and it took us a while just to set up a matrix to be able to compare the proposals side by side, apples to apples, oranges to oranges. But we finally did come down, and all the officers were highly qualified. But Stanford Car Development, Hawaiian Dredging Construction Company partnership scored the highest on by three of the participants, second highest by the other 2, and overall they scored their overall score was highest of all the 5. That recommendation was approved by the chair, and we're now in negotiation for the development agreement. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Stanford Cars Group to give their presentation on what their proposal consists of. Stanford, Kaloa, are you there?
We're here. If anyone can hear me.
All yours.
Okay. Let's we'll do a quick video introduction.
Sure.
And then share the screen. Can you guys all hear and see us?
Yeah, we see you.
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Daryl, thank you for the handoff. My name's Kaloa Robinson. I was the co-author for the proposal that we submitted. To my left is Christopher Oakes, who is my partner and co-author on the RFP, and to my right is none other than Stanford Carr.
Hey, Stanford.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
On behalf of the team, we want to let you all know that we feel very privileged and honored to have been selected and bestowed the opportunity to redevelop this historic piece of property. So if you'll all just pardon me while I attempt to share with you my screen. Is that something you all can see?
Yes. Yes, it's on.
Okay. And we're off. So first of all, the proposal was submitted by the team of Stanford Car Development and Hawaiian Dredging, which shares a 20+ year history of partnership and successful development across a variety of products and islands, stretching back to before actually 1997, and most recently in 2017 with the successful completion of a 40-story mixed-use high-rise in Kaka'ako that is really the first transit-oriented development in Kaka'ako, and setting the template for many more successful projects, not only in our partnership with them, but for other developers in the urban core. Here's a quick shot of Ke'aho Place, which is our most recent successful partnership with Hawaiian Dredging. A project immediately adjacent to Ke'aho Place on the corner of Ke'ave Street and Halikuila Street is Halikuila Place, which was a 203-unit rental complex from which we actually learned quite a bit and implemented in the proposal that we submitted to the department. This project completed in 2014. Before that was the colony at the peninsula out in Hawaii Kai, completed in 2006. Over on Maui, Mauna Leo, which was a single family development in Wailuku, also in 2006. And then a little bit more recently, a townhouse, two-story townhouse complex called Ho'olea Terrace, also in Wailuku on the slopes of the West Maui Mountains. Now, the product that we proposed in our proposal is a 200-foot high-rise. And let me give you guys some statistics about it. We have a total of 277 units, 23 stories, consisting of studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, a 4-level parking structure with 266 parking stalls, as well as 29 total surface parking for guest and retail uses. In addition to the 270 units in the tower, we also have a feature that the department selection committee was pleasantly surprised to see, which were these townhouse units which line the parking structure and view the stadium park. So here's what we look like from a bird's eye view. The area in color illustrates the property itself. You can see in the center on the top the outline of the building, and on the lower portion of the picture, adjacent to Eisenberg Street, the parking structure, and just to the left of the parking structure, the surface parking and tot lot and drop-off area. Here is a landscape illustrative schematic of the site layout, and I want to highlight some of the things we did and why we did it. Our team spent a fair amount of time philosophically trying to decide where to position the building, and the solution that made the most amount of sense was to set the building back away from Eisenberg Street, and in order to respect the view planes along the Malcolm Mackay corridor, to position the tower parallel to Eisenberg Street, respecting those that have come before us that currently utilize the view planes from Malcolm Mackay, as opposed to running the building broadside against the park, which would have obstructed any view planes Malcolm Mackay. We opted for indigenous plants in the landscaping on the boundaries of the project to provide a more humanistic and approachable scale as you start to juxtapose the park directly alongside the concrete structures. The parking structure is lined with retail along Eisenberg Street, with a generous setback and canopy trees to allow for outdoor dining and cafe, which, given the current state of things, is actually critical for the operation of restaurants in the current time. Alongside the stadium park boundary of the parking structure, we opted to line this structure with 7 townhouse units that overlook the park, similar to the townhouse units at Hale Kuila Place, which overlook Mother Waldron Park. Providing these components activates the street and creates a more humanistic and inviting atmosphere, as opposed to having, say, a 200-foot tall high-rise immediately adjacent to the walkway that's ominous and monolithic. Here's what it looks like. This is a view facing from Eisenberg Street, directly facing Eva, to the broad side of the building, with retail in the lower right corner, canopy trees, the driveway, and surface parking to the left. This slide illustrates some components that I was mentioning with respect to the activation of the streetscape. The parking structure itself is a 4-level parking structure, which left exposed can reduce some of the humanism that you want to find in a community. So by lining it with the retail, you camouflage the structure and provide more inviting atmosphere. We do the same thing on the opposite portion of the structure, where we use a vertical garden or green wall, and this is a feature that we adopted on our previous project, Keoho Place, and it's something we plan to incorporate here. The retail space you see on the lower elevation consists of, as currently planned, 4 retail spaces totaling 4,680 square feet, give or take. And the nature of the way we design this is that it's very flexible. So as we proceed with plans and the commercial rental environment changes, as does the needs of the community, we're capable of adapting what we've designed in a variety of different ways. This is a front elevation of the structure, and in designing it in partnership with Hawaiian Dredging, we plan to utilize a system of construction called tunnel form, which is essentially a contiguous concrete shear wall which runs from grade to top of building, allowing you to use the same form over and over and over again, and essentially accelerating your construction timeline to a floor or a week or better. We were successful in utilizing this process on Haleakala Place, and with our partnership with Hawaiian Dredging, expect to be successful for the department as well. Here's another perspective rendering of the project where it borders Stadium Park. You can see that we opted to, again, line the monolithic parking structure with 7 townhouse units and retail to camouflage it and to provide that humanistic scale that we're trying to achieve. It's necessary for the activation of the street. Here's a bit more close up of those same townhouses with the walkway, landscape strip, native and indigenous plants lining the walkways. A quick shot of the roundabout area. So in this picture, there is the lobby in the bottom right corner of the picture, and in the background there would be a future tot lot. So cars would make, in the drop-off, cars would make this turn, drop folks off at the lobby, make the turnaround, and see as they're leaving a tot lot. One more aerial perspective rendering facing Diamond Head of the Stadium Park, the parking structure, and the tower itself. And very quickly, some snapshots of the floor plans. We're doing studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedroom, 1 bath floor plans, while the townhouses are 3 bedroom, 2 bath products. There was some confusion as to what the intent of these were, whether they were to provide luxury or some higher spec level. It's certainly not the intent. What these are is they're still priced to beneficiaries earning 100% AMI and below. They're just an opportunity to do, essentially another bathroom and a little bit more square footage. Before I leave on the proposal itself, just a quick high level schedule and what the next steps will be. As Darrell mentioned, we're currently in the negotiation of a term sheet and development agreement that we hope to have completed by the end of next month. Next year, around the same time, we will have completed our environmental assessment, and in that entire duration, we will be working with the on navigate the historic preservation process, looking at closing our financing, completing our construction drawings, acquiring in July of 2020, subsequently completing the project and leasing up in the summer of 2024. That is a high-level introduction to the project. And Daryl, I can yield the floor back to you if you're still there.
Thanks, Kaloa. Commissioners, in the schedule, we are entering the submittal. The last steps, the last section discuss next steps, similar to what Kaloa mentioned, negotiation and execution of the developer agreement, the environmental assessments, determination of historic preservation measures, financing by the developer, consultations with the Papakolea community, and completion and approval of construction, demolition, and construction plans.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Claude. Questions? I saw Zach with his hand up. Go ahead, Zach. You're muted, Zach.
The townhouses, is that up for rental or purchase?
Those are strictly rentals. The entire project is rentals.
Okay, now the parking lot for each apartment, how many stalls would they have? Is that, are they going to be providing?
It's a minimum. It's a minimum of one stall per unit.
Okay.
And like we do on other projects, we try to be flexible. If renters do need additional stalls, there's usually some units that don't need a stall and others that need additional ones. So there's usually a mechanism for the additional rental of another stall.
Thank you.
Yeah. In addition to that, we utilize an automated parking system using a license plate reading. So the tenant would just simply drive up, the automated system reads the license plate number, and they're allowed in. No cumbersome fob system or additional gatekeeper.
Okay, questions from other commissioners?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I do.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question is, I understand, I heard that you have an environmental assessment comment period. How long is that period part of that process? And it's
a 90-day period.
Kalua, are you able to take that?
30 day. 45 day. The comment period is 45 day period.
Thank you. And the other question, maybe I'm not understanding. Is this for beneficiary Hawaiians, or is it proposed for independent living for kupunas? Is that what is going to be proposed for?
No, it's strictly rentals to beneficiaries, 50%ers.
Okay, thank you. And the other question that I have is, you mentioned, I'm curious on the mention of the cleanup on that historic site. I think Daryl mentioned of asbestos contamination cleanup. Is that something that the department will have to do, or the developer?
That's in the developer budget.
It's a what? I didn't hear it.
That's in the developer budget to take care of.
The developer.
Okay.
And because the closure of PVT coming up, where would this numerous asbestos be disposed? Did you folks ever think of that?
We would at this juncture, it's possibly a little too early to answer that specific question, but the process of abatement is that there is a specialized contractor that has to handle disposal of that type of material. So if there isn't a landfill at the time of the demolition, we will have to investigate some other method to safely dispose of this.
Okay,
Certainly that is.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we did have notice from PBT Land that effective immediately they weren't going to be accepting any asbestos. So I thought I'd bring that up. If it's and another question is, if it's an independent living part of a Kupuna project, will you have an exercise area or community services area, a pool area for our Kupunas?
Go ahead.
Kola, let me take that. Just to be clear, it's not independent living or kupuna. These are all just pure rentals at this point.
Okay. Okay, so let me get back to the rentals. What kind of prices are we looking at for a 1-bedroom or a studio? I didn't hear any prices.
Yes, ma'am.
For a studio,
the pricing is predicated off the area median income in any given year, which is set by HUD. But at the time of our submission of the proposal, just to give you a range, the studio was a $630 per month rental, and the 3-bedroom in the tower would have been a $2,500 a month rental.
Okay. And the last question is that, will you be accepting Section 8 on this project? Subsidy?
Yes.
Under
Yes, ma'am,
HUD?
we will.
Under HUD? Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Commissioners, any other questions? We'll be sure to keep you updated as the project moves forward. Okay, I'm looking and there's Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, this question is for you. I'm curious as to, we have the 40,000 plus waitlisters. I'm curious if there's been any number or interest from our beneficiaries that are really interested in rental units like this. What that rough number might be.
There's no survey that I'm aware of that looks at it specifically, but we do know from anecdotal studies that there is an interest in rentals in the urban core right now. We also have been prodded, if you will, into providing rental units by our congressional delegation and the legislature. And so part of this project is in response to the nudging of those folks. I don't believe that there'll be any problem filling the units.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Okay. That's it though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Russell?
Thanks, Chair. If there is a problem filling the units, what happens? The developer goes to non-Hawaiian rental?
That is a question I'll let the developer did we ever contemplate that?
Well, what we did with the Waimanalo Kupuna housing project back about 20 years ago, the rent up for that project was very, very slow for various reasons. When we did finally exhaust the wait list and even offering it to lessees to transfer their leases to the heirs and then move to the Kupuna housing, we did open it to non-waitlisted Native Hawaiians, and we were able to fill it up with that. But we didn't go to the general public, the non-Native Hawaiian general public.
So the answer is we're counting on there being enough demand from the Native Hawaiian community for all of it.
Yes, and these are affordable housing projects, so they're based on AMI, and there is no shortage of our beneficiaries that um, fit into those qualifications, which is why we're fairly confident that these apartments are going to be filled.
Okay. And my other question is on the ground floor retail, is that Hawaiian Homes is the landlord and we have tenants, or is that the developer is the landlord?
The developer is the landlord because the income from the commercial space is going to help subsidize and keep the unit costs down and pay for maintenance going forward.
Does that opportunity to lease that space, does that go to people who are on our list first, or is it open to the public?
I believe that is the purview right now of the developer because they're trying to make the numbers work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russell.
Hey,
Any
Chair,
other-
sorry, one additional thing, my packet for item E2, I only had the first page of the submittal. So if I can get somebody to email me the remainder of E2.
We'll make sure that you get that.
And then can I also get a copy of the PowerPoint that was presented today, please?
Kaloa, can you make that happen?
Yeah, absolutely can.
We have it. We have
should I-
it. So
Okay.
Can we all get it? Can we all get it?
Sure.
I only had page 1 too.
Cedric is nodding his head. We'll get all of that to all of the commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? Okay, if not, thank you, Kaloa and Sanford and staff. We're going to take a quick break, no more than 5 minutes, and then come back and hopefully go into exec session. Okay, mahalo.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that.
Kaloa.
Bang the bowl.
Bang the bowl, the rice and poke. Wait.
We'll wait for Mel.
Unless you want to move up other items.
The other ones are going to take a while.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's what being Mel.
I know. I hear you. There's Mel.
Okay.
You gonna kick everybody off that's supposed to be up?
Yeah. I got to go into.
Huh?
So are we up?
Oh, sorry.
Are we good?
Okay. Okay, commissioners, welcome back from recess. Can I have a motion to go into exec session?
So moved.
Dennis.
Second.
Second, Randy.
Randy.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We're now in executive session. Give us a minute to
Okay, everybody who is
Chair, did we finish G2?
Yes, we did. Oh, wait. Yes, we did. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ready? Okay, we're ready. Stuart?
Aloha, commissioners. Thank you for sticking around for this. We're really excited because there's a lot of great things happening on Hawaii Island. And what you will be seeing is really work of about half of the Land Development Division staff who are different project managers on both East and West Hawaii projects. So let's see, we have a PowerPoint, and let's see, Kalamai, Cedric. Cedric's getting it up. And I do want to say that we'll be circulating some edits to this PowerPoint with the minutes. But we'll go through this, and I'll try to update you on some dates and numbers. Okay. Okay, so first project is the Honomu Subsistence Agriculture Phase 1 development. This comprised of 16 one-acre lots. This the location is very close to Akaka Falls, and the subdivision application was submitted to the County of Hawaii in August. This subdivision will consist of county standard roadways with overhead electrical. Water will be by catchment. We are preparing invitation for bid for construction for November 2020, and the estimated construction cost is $2 million, and I believe this will be funded with legislative appropriation. Okay. Okay, next project, Panaeva Subsistence Ag Lots, subdivision of Lot 185, another subsistence ag project. This will be 16 half-acre lots. County of Hawaii issued tentative approval in February. We were able to clear up the issues with both state land use and with the help of the Department of Attorney General, they rendered an opinion that it does not apply to DHHL. So this was a big move forward for this project. The project will consist of a county standard road, potable water, overhead electrical, and of course, subject to the budget. In this case, the estimated amount is like Honomu, $2 million. And we are funding it by way of trust funds. So this is something the commission approved back in June of this year. So again, invitation for bid in November 2020, construction to start in the spring of 2021. So these may be following parallel tracks with Panaeva and Honomu. Okay. Thank you. This next project is a Kamana lot rehabilitation. Currently, we are in process of doing improvements on three lots in Kamana. We were funded by legislative appropriations totaling $500,000. And we're happy to report that about $235,000 in construction funding was reauthorized by the last state legislature. So we didn't lose that construction money. Okay. Ka'u water system. In the early part of this year, went out to bid. And the total construction cost is a little over $2.7 million, again, funded by the state legislature. So right now we are in the process of certification of the contract. We're continuing to coordinate with the County of Hawaii regarding the construction as well as the maintenance and operations of the water tank. So it's maybe a little bit difficult to make out the photo, but the tank will be situated on Hawaiian homelands right off of South Point Road. Right now you see that the water line is traversing through the homestead lots. And in the next slide, you'll see that we have plans to move that water line into the roadway. So part of this project initially expected to make improvements on the pressure reducing stations. That's been deferred because of budget, but we're planning to bid this out this coming fiscal year. So the next phase would be to we'll complete the replacement of the pressure reducing valves and then start the design process to relocate the existing water line into South Point Road. Okay, this part of the project, which involves also doing a formal subdivision of the pastoral lots, will be estimated at like $15 million. So this is something we got to work hard at the legislature to obtain this. Okay. Okay, so I went through. Okay, so relocating water line, installing new water meters, providing fire protection, and the subdivision. So we again plan to have this part of the legislative funding package in the next biennium. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what's the Hawaii projects? This is the villages of La'iopua. Village 3 was constructed about 15 years ago. Village 5 over the last 5 years, and we have approximately 45 turnkey houses occupied and a dozen habitat homes that are constructed. Our next few projects are Village 4 Akau subdivision, which will contain the rent with option to purchase project. Last month we came to you with the status report on that. We are providing Ikaiko Ohana with right of entry to start the staging and movement of equipment to start the construction of houses in Village 4, and this will be on the bottom portion of the subdivision. Developer will be going into HHFDC to seek additional low-income housing tax credits for the other 45 lots in Village 5 and approximately 50 something lots in Village 4. Okay. So the Akau subdivision is completed, and so you see that entryway there. This is where the houses will be built for the rent with option to purchase program, and working with CAD to start scheduling the project offering. by November, and then with houses also starting construction in November, and then tenant occupancy scheduled for probably the latter part of the first quarter or early part of the second quarter in 2021. Okay. What's currently in design is the phase 2 subdivision called HEMA. It's the slide says 101 residential lots. Well, this was the number that was going to be constructed without the water credits, but thankfully with the agreement, initiated with the planning office, we have additional 24 water credits so that we can build a total of 125 residential lots. This project is being partially funded by USDA grant funds for water, the sewer, and the stormwater improvements. Total construction is about $14.9 million. So the balance of 12.2 will be funded from our legislative lump sum appropriations in lot development. And so this is also was part of the Hawaiian Homes Commission approval of the development projects back in June of this year. So we're moving towards advertising for bids and I'm sorry, the slide says 2018, but it is 2020. And we're excited to move this project forward. I believe this might be the last slide, but mahalo Commission for approving the license. There's still a lot of work to do with the communities in Kamoku and the Honakaia pastoral lots. We had a meeting earlier, well, this was last week, and there are many issues dating back to 2007 that we're needing to thumb through and to actually put the agreements and understandings into the construction and the water use. So there is a lot of work ahead of us on that. Meetings are being planned with the communities. I don't have exact dates, but this is something that Land Development Division will move forward on. The cost of the system itself is 1.3, and mahalo again Commission for allowing LDD to increase that to 1.5 with approval last month for another $300,000. So right now, I believe that the license has been approved, so it's going into its execution phase with Viola Honakaia to operate and maintain. So with that, again, we'll provide some updates to the dollar amounts and the numbers and update whatever information, but that'll be sent out to all commissioners. So I believe that's the last slide.
Okay, thank you.
Kauai High. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's not forget that. Okay, so also in LDD, we're implementing 5 self-help projects. Right now, there is a delay. The HUD ER needs to be completed. I'm informed that this could take anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And so LDD is going to have some discussions with Chairman's office and with Homestead Services if there could be any options, because these these leases are in place. Habitat is ready to move, but the HUD ER is not yet completed. It's kind of complicated issue that dates back many years, but we're trying to resolve that matter. And so with that, I want to thank all commissioners for support. We're really excited to get these projects moving and on the ground.
Thank you, Stuart. Questions from commissioners? Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Stuart, for that presentation. Appreciate all the hard work you guys are doing on this, especially on the island we live on here. Couple, I guess, quick questions. Like the Honolulu and Panaeva subsistence ag lots, are they all awarded, or is that pending development?
These lots are not awarded, so LDD will be working with CAD through the construction period so that we can time the offering of the lots in both Honolulu and Panaeva.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, and really appreciate the approvals to get the rehab subdivision lots in Kaumana. I just wanted to ask, when David and I did a visit of King's Landing with the district manager, she was able to take us through Keaukaha and pointed out there were several homes there that aren't occupied anymore, and they will need to be rehabbed and so that they can be awarded again. But so looking forward to seeing what other opportunities or plans we have to helping out rehabilitation in Keaukaha. Also in Panaeva, I did drive around. There's a lot of homes that looks like are in dire need of rehabilitation. So I don't know, how is that handled in the future as far as how do we consider that, Stuart?
For those homes in Keaukaha, right now we're working with Homestead Services Division. That is in inventory. LDD had participated with doing some rehab, but we're taking a look at those again to see what is most feasible as far as awarding, and if we would look at additional improvements, because there are challenges to these homes, and it varies from home to home. But there are ongoing discussions with Homestead Services Division on that. I'm not sure if Juan is here.
Okay.
And then, of course, we have to be cognizant of how the offer and award is made, if it is as is, or if, and also be cognizant about the appraisal values of these houses.
Right. And that's a good point about as is, because several of the homes that I saw, like the yards were overgrown and there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done. And there's reports of squatters moving in and alleged illegal activities. So that's something that, that's of concern, and it takes some time to follow up with rehabilitating so that those homes can be back, be available for awarding again. But thanks for that update on that. I wanted to speak to the water project in Kau. That is a welcome project there. I've been briefed with my district manager. I've been out there several times. We got some very active cowboys out there, and this water system is a blessing. There was this past weekend at a fire there. It burned over 3,500 acres at South Point, and I don't know if this water would have been of any help, but it sure would help with the 25 lots that are there and very few homes that have been built. So again, thank you for all the hard work, Stuart, to you and your your crew, your team. Appreciate it very much.
Marlo, for that comment, I do want to say that there's, I guess, a lot of expectation on the quantity of water that's going to be available, because right now the tank is only one component of the long-term system.
Right.
It is being equipped with a small spigot. And so we're continuing to work with the water department as far as what is available, and also operationally how it will provide water to the lessees. And so there's limitations, and we still need to work through that. Also with memorandum of agreement with the county on how this is to actually work, and what are the real expectations for the water. So again, I'm I think Chairman is looking at me, and I'm hedging. I'm trying to dance. My feet don't really work that well now at my age, but I just wanted to just throw that out, that we're continuing to move in a direction forward, but there will be limitations, and we do have to get back to the community to discuss this, similar to the community in Honakaia.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. We won't be able to please everyone, but moving forward, like you say, that's a big plus. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Any other questions for Stuart? Okay, if not, thank you, Stuart. Next up is Andrew.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
And an item of great interest to you, the beneficiary consultation policy.
Yes. I just wanted to add that this presentation was given to the Hawaiian Homes Commission in March of 2019. There has been no changes to this presentation, but I think the presentation is timely because since March 2019, I believe we've welcomed 5 new commissioners, including a new chair. So I think it's a good opportunity to refresh our collective memories about what the beneficiary consultation policy is. So in this presentation, I'm just going to cover 5 main points on the background of the policy, a real brief summary of what the policy is, specifically when it is required, the beneficiary consultation process, changes to the policy over the last 10 years, and policy implementation up to 2019. Next slide. So the purpose of the beneficiary consultation policy is to ensure that appropriate beneficiary consultation processes and activities are incorporated into DHHL's planning and decision making. The Commission back in 2009 recognized that meaningful, timely, and informative beneficiary consultation is necessary for the successful formulation and implementation of its policies, programs, and projects. Next slide. So these points capture the 4 types of proposals that come before the Commission, and these outline when beneficiary consultation is required. So the first type are statewide policy issues. These often involve revisions to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, legislation at the federal, state, and county levels, policy affecting Native Hawaiian rights. Examples of completed consultations related to statewide policy issues include administrative rule promulgation between 2015 and 2018. I know Hokulei touched upon that earlier this morning. And another example is the department's water policy plan that was conducted in 2013. The second type of proposal that comes before the Commission in which beneficiary consultation is required are amendments to the DHHL land use designation. So these involve making amendments to the respective island plan land uses, which involve a comprehensive, consistent, community-based planning process. Examples of completed consultations related to land use designations include Mo'omomi on Moloka'i, establishing a special district designation, changing the parcel which Waimea Nui has 161 general lease from general agriculture to community use, and designating the Moama Park as a special area district. The third type of proposal in which beneficiary consultation is required is the development of the department's plans. Beneficiary consultation will be sought in the development and revision of the department's plans. It is important to include beneficiary input in these plans since they direct and guide implementing actions that follow. In the development of DHHO plans, not only is one beneficiary consultation meeting held, it's actually a series of consultation meetings over the course of plan development. Finally, and I think this is the type of proposal that comes before the commission that gets the most scrutiny, is the development, is when the commission entertains development proposals that require long-term leases or licenses in order to implement. So development proposals involving revenue-producing homestead and community developments in Hawaiian homelands are one example. Consultations are held in the local area most affected. Examples of completed consultations include renewable energy development in Kahikinui, Maui, and Kalaiwa on Oahu in 2019. Another example would be the Kekaha Hawaiian Homestead Association, Hu'opai, Kauai Farm and Irrigation Plan beneficiary consultation held back in 2017. So regarding development proposals, the practice has been to hold beneficiary consultation meetings on these proposals prior to the commission taking decision-making action on the item. And specifically, these would be development proposals that require a long-term lease or license. Some changes to the beneficiary consultation policy over the last 10 years include requiring beneficiary consultation when in consultation and coordination with the Department of Land and Natural Resources. It's now required per 17158. The DHHL beneficiary consultation in the water leasing process provides beneficiaries an opportunity to help identify potential DHHL water needs in the affected area. Based on the consultation with beneficiaries, DHHL develops its water rights reservation. There have been 2 beneficiary consultations that have been conducted related to DLNR water leasing. One, the Waiguluku River on Hawaii Island in 2017, and 2, the East Maui irrigation system, which is currently ongoing, and the department will be submitting a reservation request. The DHHL beneficiary consultation has also been conducted in assessing policy decisions regarding water billing rates for DHHL-owned systems. 4 beneficiary consultation meetings were held in Pu'ukapu, Kauai, Ho'olehua, and Anahola regarding proposed water rate schedules. These meetings were held in 2018. Next slide. So this kind of gives an overview of the steps in the consultation process that were identified in the 2009 policy. First, the department would identify the proposed issue, the proposed action or issue for discussion. The proposed action or issue must be consistent with the 4 proposals articulated in the previous slide. So either a amendment to the land use DHHL policy, DHHL plan, or a long-term consideration of a long-term disposition of Hawaiian homelands. The second step is the notification. DHHL beneficiaries, including lessees and applicants impacted by the proposed action or issue, would be notified via direct mailouts, posting on a DHHL website, and or through homestead associations to ensure maximum participation. Typically, the department strives to give at least 2 weeks notice before a consultation meeting occurs. The third step would be presentation and feedback. The planning office conducts the beneficiary consultation meeting. Information is provided by the respective DHL division at that meeting that is responsible for the proposed action. Beneficiary questions and comments are collected at the meeting, which leads to the next step, which is the drafting of the beneficiary consultation report, which is presented to the commission. The third would be the review period. In the past practice, the consultation report was drafted, and then a period of 30 days was allowed to review the draft consultation report. That practice has changed, and I'll go over that a little bit more in the next slide. But before I get there, the consultation report then is accepted by the commission as the official record of beneficiary comments on the subject matter. And after the commission accepts the beneficiary consultation report, then the commission at either the same meeting or the next meeting would take a decision-making action on the item. Next slide. So this slide kind of articulates the 2009 process, which I kind of went over, but also shows the changes to the process and the current practice over time. The biggest change is that instead of providing a 30-day comment period on the beneficiary consultation report, we now provide a comment period on the beneficiary consultation subject matter. The change was made because we've heard the comments from beneficiaries that, one, you can only make a comment on the beneficiary consultation report if you attended the meeting. If you didn't attend the meeting, then you can't really comment on the accuracy of the report. And also, if you didn't attend the meeting, it does not mean you didn't want to provide comments. It just meant you weren't available at that particular day, at that particular time. So in order to accommodate additional beneficiary input, the department now provides an extended 30-day comment period for beneficiaries who could not make the beneficiary consultation meeting to provide additional comments. In the case of statewide beneficiary consultation meetings that involve statewide issues, the 30-day comment period begins after the last meeting is held in the statewide series of meetings. So beneficiary comments made at the meeting and received after the meeting up to 30 days are fed into a beneficiary consultation report, and then the department presents that report to the commission to accept as the record of beneficiary comments on that particular subject matter. And lastly, the commission makes a decision on that particular subject matter. The other addition that has been made to the beneficiary consultation process is adoption of DHL's administrative rules, specifically HAR 10-4-60. The administrative rules don't necessarily identify a process, but identifies 3 types of consultations that the department may consider utilizing depending on the topic. So the first one is comprehensive. Comprehensive consultation is related to statewide policies and programs. Notice is provided to all existing lessees, waitlist applicants, and other Native Hawaiians who have registered with the department. The second is place-based. Place-based consultation is geographically specific. Notice for consultation is given to beneficiaries who are associated with the geographic area that may be impacted by the proposed action. The rule states that the chairman shall determine the geographic scope of the notice. Place-based consultation is required for DHL island plans, regional plans, and development plans, special area plans, and proposed projects that require an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement. The last type of consultation that the administrative rules articulate is the ad hoc type of consultation. Ad hoc consultation consists of the formation of an advisory body to provide input to DHL for the preparation and amendment of any plan, or implementing action. The chairman may select the membership of the advisory body, subject to consultation and ratification by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Ad hoc consultation is meant to supplement, but not replace comprehensive or place-based consultation. Lastly, over the last 10 plus years, the department has conducted over 50 plus consultation topics, but which include about 120 plus consultation meetings. So on average, we do about 12 to 15 beneficiary consultation meetings. In this past year, we have not done as many consultation meetings because of COVID-19. We are still building our capacity in terms of doing virtual meetings. We have had a couple over the summer. We have done surveys. We will be doing surveys. We will be doing additional consultation meetings in this fall to catch us up. On our website, we do have a list of prior beneficiary consultation meetings. And that is it.
Commissioners, questions for Andrew?
Chair, this is David. I just wanna thank Andrew for putting that on. I think it was at my request that we go over it again, and I appreciate doing it. I'm just wondering, are we able to send this information out to associations, Andrew?
Yes, we can distribute the information to associations. I believe one medium which this information will be shared is on the department's website. All of the presentations given to the commission are posted to the department's website. So that I think we can send a link to the website so that we can share this with associations.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful for it to go to the leadership, because I think that's where a lot of the questions come as to whether or not beneficiary consultation is required under a particular set of circumstances. So I think anything that we can do to help the association leadership get the word out to their members would be helpful. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Other commissioners?
Andrew, I also want to thank you for this presentation, because consultation comes up a lot on our island, especially during our Mokopuni Council meetings. So it's helpful for the commissioners to know what that process looks like, but it's also helpful for our associations and beneficiaries to understand what it looks like as well. I think the fine line, the balance that we have to strike is that we not consult to a point that's beyond what's necessary, that creates blockages from us trying to achieve getting people beneficiaries into their homes. So thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Randy. Any other commissioners looking for hands?
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chair. Just want to thank you, Andrew, for that presentation. And I remember you done it before, but it's good to get a refresher's course. But at the same time, I think it would be great to get this information out to our associations on our island. Thank you very much for your work.
Okay. And I just want to alert commissioners that we, I think about 2 weeks ago, issued a request for proposals for some community energy proposals, or community, what's the right word?
Renewable energy.
The renewable solution, renewable
energy
projects. We made it very clear that beneficiary consultation was going to occur if we had any proposals that were submitted, because it didn't make sense to have beneficiary consultations if no one responded to the request. So I know there's chatter in the community going on about not doing beneficiary consultation ahead of time, but sometimes you have to have something to discuss before you can consult. And in this case, we didn't have anything to discuss. So we did commit to doing beneficiary consultation. We will do it depending on what the responses are. But there's chatter in the community. There's criticism of not doing beneficiary consultation in this particular situation. I think it's more in terms of I guess the frustration with some beneficiaries that they believe that they should be consulted on almost any matter, and the fact that they're frustrated with the fact that this particular request for proposals went out to everybody, and that there's no particular preference given at this point. And it's something that permeates every discussion that we have going forward on any type of land dispositions, leases, or revocable permits. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention in light of the presentation that you just had.
So Chair?
Thank you. Yes.
So there's no proposals for any projects?
To my knowledge, we haven't received any as of yet, Zachary, but I don't have LMD in the room with me, so I can't confirm that. I will check.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we have come to the end of our agenda and our time together, and I see all the smiling faces that confirm that we enjoy spending time together to resolve these very complex issues. And I want to thank all of you for your patience, your graciousness, and your continued desire to make things better. So, mahalo nui. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
But Chair, one last thing, I appreciate us doing this over 2 days. Obviously, we used up most of the time for 2 days, and I think this would have just been awful to try and cram it into 1 day. So I appreciate, the chair's indulgence in doing this over a 2-day period. Thank you.
Yes. We appreciate that you're willing to spend 2 days doing this.
A lot of stuff.
It's all good.
Yes, thank you. I miss everybody. We can't go to each other and talk.
And don't forget, don't forget next week, Wednesday, the presentation by Department of Interior. And please, feel free to ask all the questions that you want of an agency that sometimes people want them to be our regulators. So keep that in mind when you ask your questions.
Thank you.
Anybody opposed to adjourning? See none, the motion carries. Everybody continue to be safe in these COVID times, and feel free to ask any questions. Send me those emails. Okay?
Okay, thanks, everybody.